Good News Only Racing Club, led by the
From the East and the West, you've heard others, but now you've tuned into the best. This is a Prime Wave Media production.
What's up, world? It's the one and only Pop DBICD, Primetime Gapper. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I hope you are feeling the same. And it is time for the premier sports betting show, the Primetime Angles. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into our first topic in hand. And the Celtics saved the season for at least another game with a 116-99 win at the Heat. Now down 3-1 in the series. All right, so now we're down 3-1 in the series. And we got a lot of things working in the right direction for the Celtics now. But hold up. What's up, nephew? How's everything going with you? But hold up. Let's not go ahead and jump the gun yet. It's a one game at a time situation for everybody here. I know that it's really, a lot of people had already made their minds up that Boston was going to lose last night. We're going to start the NBA playoffs in the next week or so. Blah, 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 blah. Well, what happened is that Boston didn't get the memo. And pretty much this is what happens. Boston winds up winning the game. Boston had an amazing second half, 66-43. They outscored the Heat by 25 points after being down 6 at the half. It seemed like the season was over when they got to the half, where they couldn't do any better than what they had just done. Then what happens is they absolutely get a great performance from Jason Tatum once again. Jason Tatum with his back against the wall in the final game, which could be the final game of the season, steps it up big, goes 14 for 22, hits 4 or 9 from the three-point stripe, and is a plus 21 on the points last night. Al Horford was absolutely tremendous, had 3 huge threes that all came at the right time of the game. He wound up having plus 23 last night. Jaylen Brown had a great game last night as well, too. Second leading scorer on the Celtics with 17 last night. But Tatum in those 11 rebounds was significant because that put his team over the top last night. And pretty much they got a great effort from the bench as well, too. Williams, and Brogdon all did their thing. Grant Williams was able to hit 4 threes himself last night, and he had 14 points as well. Malcolm Brogdon, he didn't score much, but he got some good rebounds. He was able to manage some things, and he was able to get his 5 rebounds and his 3 assists last night. Robert Williams, key as usual, 7 points to his 2 blocks last night, very significant blocks. And then he did throw down pretty much the game-winning jam as well, too. But I was fairly impressed with Devin White last night, Derek White, actually, who was 50% shooting last night, hit 3 threes as well, too. He was critical to this win. But as usual, Mr. Everything, Marcus Smart had a big game as well, 6 assists, 3 rebounds to his 11 points. Now, when you look at the Heat side of things were a little different. And once again, it goes back to my analogy. You had to have a good group of role players that score in double digits. The Celtics had 6 in double digits last night. Every starter was in double digits last night. Then you add in the 14 from Grant Williams. That's very significant. Last night for the Heat, they wound up only having 4 guys in double figures last night. And Bam Adebayo was barely in double figures. He only had 10 points. Vincent was able to get 17 last night. Caleb Martin had 16 of his own, but they got nothing from Kyle Lowry last night, who only had 5, but he had 8 key rebounds. And then Cody Zeller, what to expect. Cody Zeller's only going to do so much. But they didn't get a lot from the guys that have been stepping it up. Strus was very normal last night. Kevin Love was barely in the game. So pretty much when you look at everything and then when you look at the team stats, Boston shoots over 50% last night. They shot 40% from the three-point line. They also went 12 of 18 from the free throw line. That's kind of in a case that could have killed you if you didn't hit all these threes. Boston hit 18 threes last night, and that's the difference in this game. That's simple as simple can be. And pretty much 28 assists to 18 assists. They were all finding each other, making that open pass. And 8 very key steals last night that helped force 15 turnovers, and also 8 blocks as well, too. So everything worked out accordingly for the Boston Celtics last night to get them this victory and to get them some more life here in the season. Do I think that they can win this series in 7? I told you guys yesterday, I think that if you let them win tomorrow, if you let them win last night, you're going to wind up losing game 5 for sure. But I can't say anything about Boston being a lock because we know what they're going to do. They're going to make Boston a 7-point favorite and make Boston crazy odds, right? And you guys have to understand the dog has won every single game in this series as well, too. So can they break the trend? Those are the questions that you're asking. Everybody has this idea now that Boston wins tomorrow and then they'll come back and they'll play the season ends on Saturday. Or would it be? Probably, yeah, it would be Saturday. The season would be over. And then we go from there. I think the NBA would really love if they got a game 7 on Memorial Day. You know what I mean? Because that's big, big dollars. That's a lot of people watching basketball that day. But the reason why the NBA won't be able to get its traditional Memorial Day schedule lean like they usually do, great games on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday, they've always been able to sell that. It's because the playoffs are so early now. You know what I mean? Because they literally start the playoffs in mid-April. They used to start the playoffs in late April. So now, since they got the extra games in the first round, they had to start a little earlier. But I would say you might want to go back to the old format and cut that first round back down to 5 games. So then you can go ahead and extend the season a little bit longer. So then you can have guys actually get their rest. You know what I mean? I just think that there's too many playoff games right now. So with that, Boston gets another great win. We'll see how it goes tomorrow night. We'll have more for you. Jeff is supposed to be joining us for tomorrow's show, so I know he'll have a lot to break down with his Celtics as well, too. So with that, we go from there. Let's go ahead and jump into the NFL real quick. And here goes a quick question. Should the Browns pursue Zeke Elliott as a compliment to Chubb? I would say, in my Stone Cold Steve Austin voice, hell yeah. Because Zeke Elliott, regardless of how you feel about Zeke is a hell of a player, okay? Zeke was at one point the premier running back in the NFL. And pretty much what made Zeke, villain number 1 of the NFL was because the guy pretty much went ahead and sat out to make sure he got his money. And he knew how much he was worth. He literally gave the Cowboys their best season in 10 years with the individual season that he had. He had the Cowboys thinking that they were Super Bowl candidates, Super Bowl team, all that good stuff. Then Zeke has a little bit of an issue during the summertime, and this has really affected his career since. He pushes a guy at an EDC festival, a guy who's a security guard who was doing too damn much that day anyway, and he pushed the guy out the way. It became a viral video, and Zeke looked like he was this big bully, big badass guy that just was so mean. The NFL looked at this tape and suspended him for 6 games. But it should have been something. I know it was something way more than just pushing a guy in Las Vegas. It was a lot more it was a lot more going on. Zeke was doing a lot of partying at the time when he became one of the more successful players in the NFL. Then he got paid, and it felt like he really did not ever play up to that contract. But I felt like the Cowboys never played up to their potential. And so that's where it was just everybody loses in the end when it comes down to that. So pretty much right now, Zeke finds himself on the free agent market. He could have been a guy that signed right away and just signed with the team so he can make sure that he had somewhere to go. But he's smart enough to know that these teams will go and get the players that they want to go put on the roster early, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work with these guys. And pretty much he's trying to choose a team that he knows that can move forward with him, and he knows he can get himself some playing time with that team as well too, but also be a team that's in position to possibly make the playoffs. Now, I point to the Browns because the Browns have a sufficient offensive line that will be really good for Zeke, and Zeke would be good for that line. Also, Zeke is a very good pass protector as well, too. The Browns don't really have that. Chubb is a pretty decent pass protector in his own right, but I'm telling you, Zeke can keep Deshaun Watson upright in an old school fullback type of situation. And you could go ahead and really have NFL teams really guessing when you can put Chubb and Zeke Elliott in the backfield at the same time, which the Browns did with Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb on several occasions. And I think that a lot of us have to understand that this could be a great duo. When you look at the stats for Zeke's career, 8,262 yards, and then he scored 68 touchdowns as well too. And he has over time 305 receptions. This guy has exactly what it takes. Overall, in his NFL career, he scored 83 touchdowns. This guy gets to the yard. Last year, he was just a little bit under 4 yards per carry. That was ranked 42nd in the league, 3.8. That's not too bad. But he ran for 876 yards on split carries last year and was tied for 5th in touchdowns last season with 5. And then he was also 10th in carries. He had 231. Now, if we go ahead and cut that number in half with the Browns, and you have him getting 10 to 15 touches a game, and he's actually productive in that situation to where they're opening up certain plays for him and Chubb could become one of the best tandems in the league. And the Browns literally can be a team that goes from being last place to a team that's in first place because they have a sufficient run game. And the Browns are always successful when they have a sufficient run game. So I would say that Zeke Elliott does need to become a priority as you guys wrap up these mini camps and these OTAs and all that good stuff that gets people excited about the season moving forward. Because I truly do feel the Browns need that second running back in the room so they can make sure that they have the insurance that they have a sufficient run game moving forward. The best thing for the Browns was having Kareem Hunt, because when Nick Chubb went down for a few weeks, Kareem Hunt filled in beautifully. And then they also had Dearness Johnson, who was a very key factor for that run as well, too. So the Browns can make this thing work and work very well. And I think that Zeke will be at home coming back to the state of Ohio, playing for the Cleveland Browns in the state that made him a famous player in the first place. I think that this is a great move for fans, and I think it's a great move for the team moving forward. So the Browns really do need to think about bringing Zeke in as an option at the running back position, and I think that both can go ahead and really be assets to each other. So we'll see how it goes, and we'll see how it shakes out, but Zeke to the Browns is something that I think needs to happen, and I think that it needs to happen within the next few weeks as well, too. All right, so Justin Herbert, very, very fun quarterback. Justin Herbert's best season could be upon us. What will it take to get to the next level? What do you think it'd take to get to the next level, Lil O? What do you think? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think would take if he's still watching and listening? But I think that all in all, Justin Herbert is a gem of a quarterback. And I think a lot of people have recognized that. And in his short-term career, he's broken records. He's been absolutely incredible. He threw for 5,000 yards already. That's incredible in itself. He broke the rookie record by a mile as well, too. The guy threw for 4,336 yards as a rookie, broke Cam Newton's record. The guy has already thrown for almost 15,000 yards in his NFL career. He's 6 touchdowns away from throwing 100 touchdowns in his career. People have to understand, though, he did regress a little bit when it came to, his second season in the league. Second season in the league, he threw for 5,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, but he threw 15 interceptions as well, too. His best quarterback rating was in his rookie year at 98.3. His worst rating was last season, 93.2. Overall for a career is 96.2. So Justin Herbert is a guy that's on the ascension of being one of the top 10 quarterbacks all time when it comes to stats and touchdowns and yardage and just in general, just everything. But he won't be the quarterback that everybody wants him to be until they see him raising up a Lombardi. That's how people judge greatness nowadays. How many Lombardis that you truly have. If you understand sports, at the end of the day, it's just not always about winning championships because it's really rare to win a championship. Only 10% of the players in professional sports have won championships in their respective sports. So pretty much, would you call him a failure if he has a 15-year career that's exactly like what we're seeing right now? Hell no. You will call him one of the greatest to ever do it because individually, he's a great quarterback. But people have to understand winning championships is a team achievement. It's not an individual achievement unless you play tennis, okay? Or unless you play golf. It's a team achievement. So you have to have a great team around you. I feel like the Chargers have done the right thing for Herbert this year by investing in a first-round wide receiver and getting Quentin Johnson, and then making sure that they secured their two receivers that are already there in Mike Williams and Keenan Allen by going ahead and restructuring their contract to prepare themselves to offer Justin Herbert a record-breaking extension. And so pretty much there's a lot of things that have been placed. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, okay. I understand everybody's excited about Spence and Crawford and everything, even though that fight's 2 years overdue, but it's all good. So pretty much you have a guy that I believe can really take the next step and become the premier quarterback in the NFL for this season. I think that when you look at the odds on the MVP race, you say to yourself, Justin Herbert can be that guy. You know what I mean? He can be my guy. He can be my MVP guy. You can look at Justin Herbert and say that, hey, he can be my fantasy guy as well too. He can be my fantasy quarterback. He can do a lot of things for you. So, there's just a lot of things that you look at and you say to yourself that he can be great, but it's up to him to really go to that level. It's about his leadership this time around. The skills, the talent, the arm, everything's there. But the thing is that I look at sometimes is he leading? Is he loud enough? Is he really getting his point across? And I think that he needs to get a little bit more into being like a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady sorts, and cut the Kirk Cousins act out, the Derek Carr act out, and become the leader of the team and become the guy that everybody looks to and says, you know what? 2 minutes left to go in the game. Herbert got us. He got us. No worries. He got us. He has 2 possibly Hall of Fame pass rushers in Mack and Bosa for down the road. So he has a defense on the other side. It's up to him to make sure that defense doesn't have too much pressure on it. The reason why they lost that playoff game is because he couldn't keep his ass on the field to run that clock. And that's a big, big no-no when you're trying to be a great quarterback. You got to find ways to stay on that field when your team has a 27-0 lead. You can't look at it and say that, okay, let's try to score 50 points today. It doesn't work like that. That's a high school mentality. And everybody had blame for the offensive coordinator. Everybody had blame for the head coach. Everybody had blame for the quarterback's coach. It's on the players. It's on them to be accountable. Everybody I know that's ever played sports knows that when we lose a game, it's not on the coaches. It's on us. We had every possible way to win that game. How that's a sorry ass excuse to always look to the coach to say that, hey, this is why we lost because coach is not playing. Coach is not doing anything but trying to assist a win. It's up to you to win the game. And I felt like Herbert didn't go into the cerebralness that we've seen before. I feel like sometimes he just has to take over. Forget what they're talking about. Just be a quarterback because all they want you to do is win. They're not going to take you out and be like, oh, he wasn't listening to us. You know, you are the face of the franchise. They don't have anything better than you. So sometimes you got to ad-lib this thing because they're not out there. You are. So I'm rooting for him. I'm looking forward to it. I'm damn near. I think I'm gonna go get my white Justin Herbert jersey this year. You know what I mean? Just to piss off some people. So it is what it is. But I do like the 9-1 on Justin Herbert as the MVP this season, and I would say put him on your list. You know what I mean? As a guy that possibly can, if not, win the MVP this year. So with that, let's go ahead and move on to some breaking news. And it's kind of breaking news. It's kind of like, Johnny, it's kind of like a Johnny cried wolf type of situation. They've given us 4 dates this year, but I've talked to somebody who's very close to negotiations with this fight. I'm literally like, he works with Crawford on a daily basis, things of that nature. Also, Arrow's people as well, too. And I confirmed 2 weeks ago that I heard through the grapevine. I knew it was going to be for 729 because, look, we have Isak Cruz in place because he's one of my clients. And pretty much he's already signed off for a future pay-per-view fight that winds up on that date. So we kind of, wherever that fight was going, Isak was going to be at. So pretty much we knew a few weeks back. They haven't officially announced it yet from PBC, but the terms have been agreed upon. So we're pretty much at the final step of making this fight happen. This fight is scheduled to be in Las Vegas, July 29th at the T-Mobile Arena as well, too. This is a big deal. A lot of people are excited about this fight. They're saying this is the most anticipated fight since Floyd Pacquiao. Most anticipated fight since Hearns and Hagler, whatever. I think this is the most anticipated fight since Zab Judah and Floyd Mayweather because this is exactly what this fight has turned into. Few years ago, this was an ultimate super fight to me, a can't miss situation. Things guys are pretty much prime for prime. Arrow had just became a multiple belt champion in the 147. He was finally getting to his actual goals of winning all the belts in 147. And then you had Bud Crawford, who was going through his own little issues and everything like that at Top Rank, trying to get himself more famous, make more money, things like that. And pretty much none of that really worked out for him. He was able to keep winning fights, but it seemed like he got less and less marketable as time went on with Top Rank because they really had the guy in pretty much as just the guy that was on their promotion. But then they had to put him at the top of the promotion because all those years of kicking ass on HBO. So pretty much Crawford, they felt like they was going to age him out, but they couldn't do it. So now Crawford fought himself a nice little tune-up. Arrow has not fought in a year and some change. But the last fight he had was against Yordenis Ugas. But that was the only fight that he's fought since the pandemic as well, too. He fought one time during the pandemic. He fought Ugas last year, had to take a whole year off between that. And then he had to take off a year between that as well, too, because, he fractured his eye 2019. He couldn't do anything. So then pretty much he messed up his eye, and then he did the Garcia fight months later Then when he was supposed to do the Pacquiao fight, he wasn't able to do that because his retina got detached again. So Errol Spence is really on short time. Let's just keep it real. He has a detached retina. That means that if you get hit a certain way in your eye, you're never going to be able to see again. So pretty much people who think Errol Spence has another 5 or 10 years in his career, you're nuts. I think that Errol Spence has about 3 or 4 more fights in him because he has a significant injury and he has a significant excuse to where he can go ahead and retire. And I think that he wants to get these fights out the way, like the Terrence Crawford fight. And I knew years ago from a conversation I had with Errol in Bones Adams' gym on Cinco de Mayo of all days, where he told me that pretty much, well, it was Cinco de Mayo weekend, but Errol told me pretty much that he mapped out a plan to me. He told me that he was gonna get the green belt from Sean Porter. Sean Porter, that fight wound up being a few months after that. Then he said, this is when Julian Williams had just became the 154 champ. He said, then he's going to move up to 154 and take all the belts from J-Rock. That was his plan. Because he said, after I get done getting that green belt, I'm going to go ahead and take Crawford's ass out and take his belt. And then I'm going to go ahead and take on whoever's at 154 now. It's his buddy Charlo, so he's probably not going to fight Charlo, even though Charlo and him did say that if the money's right, they'll fight. And he ended that with the big enchilada is fighting Canelo, and he was willing to go to 160 to fight Canelo. And he said, once I get done beating him, I'm done. So I'm telling you guys right now, I think that Errol Spence probably has this Crawford fight or this Crawford trilogy, Crawford 2 fights in him, and then he'll probably chase the Canelo fight after this if he doesn't fight Keith Thurman. I know everybody has this dream that he's not going to fight Keith Thurman, but they're going to wind up fighting. It doesn't matter because the money's going to be there for them to fight. So they'll fight eventually at 154 because they've already tried to plan it. They threw it out there as the second option if they couldn't get the Crawford fight. So I'm thinking that will probably be his next fight, regardless of what he says, because I know he owes Al that one for sure. You know what I mean? Because regardless of how you guys feel about Keith Thurman, he's been a loyal soldier, dog. He could have made a whole lot more noise. He could have ran off the top ranks and to match rooms and been an idiot like everybody else, but he stayed pat. He did exactly what he was asked to do. So they're going to have to give him a fight. And that's how it kind of works with Al Heyman. And you guys can look at the history and know this shit as well, too. All right. So pretty much Crawford comes into this one. I feel like he should be the underdog. But Errol Spence is going to be the underdog because everybody knows Crawford, and everybody knows that Crawford has shown the dog. Errol has shown the dog against Sean Porter, but can he show the dog against Crawford? Crawford isn't the one with the ailments and things like that. So pretty much, though, when I look at it, though, the athleticism part, that goes to Errol Spence. The IQ part is even. They both think the same type of way. I think Bud's just a little bit more deceptive, but I would say that Errol's a bit quicker. I keep it real. I think that Errol moves his hands a little bit quicker than Bud does. When it comes down to power, it's about even, but I would say Bud probably has a little bit more power because I've seen Bud knock people out with one punch. So pretty much, I think that this fight is one of the more even fights that we've had in some time. And I think that a lot of people will be split 50-50 on this one. I'm in the room of I just want to watch the fight. I'm gonna probably be winding up like I did in the Devin fights and with Devin's last fight and just wind up judging the fight instead of watching the fight. So pretty much I'm looking forward to it. I feel like it's a very 50-50 fight. You can go either way and you're taking a good boxer. It's that simple. But if you asked me today who I think could possibly really win this fight, when it comes down to it, I think that if it's in a decision situation, it's probably going to be Errol. But if it comes down to somebody being stopped, I think that Crawford stops Errol Spence just because of the other little issues that Errol has, like his eye. You know what I mean? And Bud doesn't have those type of issues, And so I think that if he gets hit a certain way, the fight can end. And that's no offense to Errol. It's just that it's a medical emergency situation. He's doing us the favor by not leaving the game. So he puts himself at a risk. And I think Bud's going to be really keyed in on that portion of his face, to be honest with you. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it shakes out. I expect a great fight. All the Arrow supporters, don't get pissed off at me from what I said, because it's the truth. And all the Bud folks, don't get pissed off at me because I said that he might lose the decision. Because when it comes down to it, who got more belts? It's Errol. And who's the A side to it? It's Errol. So if it's a close fight, they're probably going to lean it towards Errol. So, once again, young and old, just like they were saying with Loma and Haney, right? But this is one where the judges can't really fuck it up. That's the problem. But I really don't think that this fight is going to actually get to the judges, because at the end of the day, Errol can knock out Bud as well, too. That's what makes this fight so great, so amazing. So July 29th is the tentative date that we're getting, but we'll get the official announcement within the next 2 weeks. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take our first commercial break. And when I get back, we're going to jump into some baseball. So you guys stay tuned. This is the Premier Sports Betting Show, the Primetime Angles, with the one and only Pop DiBiase, the Primetime Capper.
The Viget app, where social media meets sports betting. Get the latest line movements in all major sports. Track your daily bets, daily contests, the NFL over-under contest that pays out $10K in cash prizes. This is a cutting-edge app that helps betting be easy. Sign up with the reference code POPDBIC and you will be able to watch my daily show, The Primetime Angles, as a resource to building that bankroll. Viget is available in your Apple or Google Store on your iOS or Android. The social sports betting app, Viget.
From the East and the West, you've heard others, but now you've tuned into the best. This is a Prime Wave Media production.
All right, we're back with the Premier Sports Betting Show, the Primetime Angles, with the one and only Pop DiBiase, the Primetime Capper. Let's go ahead and jump into our next, and that's going to be this. It's going to be the Blue Crew Daily. Blue Crew Daily is Billy Miller impresses in debut as Dodgers crush Braves 8-1 to ensure a series win. The Dodgers had to bounce back real quick in that series and pretty much find themselves in position to keep that thing going in the right direction. And finally, the Phillies get themselves a win over the Diamondbacks, who wind up winning that series as well, too. So that worked out very well for them. Pretty much we have a very, very good future going on with the Dodgers. Billy Miller was absolutely incredible yesterday. I love the breaking ball that he had going yesterday as well, too. It was absolutely tremendous. Billy Miller is a guy that should be, very, 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 very taken care of. when it comes down to the end of the day. So pretty much, you look at this guy and you say to yourself, okay, future prospects. You hope that everything works out. No, this guy has everything that you really truly need. He reminds me of guys that I've been watching for the last 20 years come up with the Dodgers and be a success right away. Chad Billingsley, Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler, just to name a few. The Dodgers know how to mold pitchers, and they have the best pitching coach in all of baseball, Mark Pryor. So Billy Miller coming up here and learning the game and learning everything that he needed to learn in Glendale this spring has helped him be able to make the transition to the major league level. There's a reason why they made Billy stay back at AAA, because he was ready, but you have to be all the way ready. So they had to get him the idea dominating. And now he comes up here and he doesn't worry about a thing because he knows that, okay, I get some run support. I got to do my part. The Dodgers did that for him almost immediately. Will Smith knocks in Mookie Betts in the top of the first inning. So what happens is the kid gets a little nervous. He lets go of a run in the first inning. But this is what helped him out the most. Jason Hayward comes up and cracks a homer against his former team. Will Smith does it again in the top of the second inning, and he knocks in a two-run RBI, two-run double. He has a two-run double that makes the score 4-1. Now I'm comfortable. So from that point on, he was able to pitch very well in this game, and Billy Miller winds up. He didn't get his first win of the season, though. You know what I mean? That's what I'm kind of sad about. That he wasn't able to get his first win of the season. The win actually went to, from what I saw, the win went to. No, actually, Billy Miller did win. I thought Evan Phillips had won the game, but Billy Miller was the winner of the game. He struck out 5 yesterday, only gave up a run, and he only struck out and he only walked one guy. But he gave up 4 hits as well too. But that wound up being a 1.80 ERA, and he did all this on 95 pitches. Incredible stuff. Now, I was talking about Jason Hayward earlier on Jeff's show, and Jason Hayward is having a good year. He's already hit 5 home runs this year for the Dodgers, and he has 10 RBIs in the spot play that he has had for the Dodgers in the 37 games that he's played with them. And he also has 7 doubles as well, too. And he's cut down that strikeout rate as well. He only has 21 strikeouts on the year. But just like last season, he's going to be a part-time player. He only played in 48 games last year. He's already at 37 for this season. I can easily tell that he's going to play over 100 games this year, and he's going to be a valuable part for these Dodgers. Now, the Dodgers today, they wrap up this series against a very good pitcher in Bryce Elder, who's been absolutely tremendous his last few games as well, too. Pitched very well against Seattle, pitched very well against Toronto, was not able to get the wins in those games, didn't get enough run support. He actually hasn't got a win since April 26th to be exact, but he's pitched very well in these games, and he's somebody to actually look at. And I know that a lot of people do have him on their fantasy team as well, too. The Dodgers have already won the series, so there's not a real urgent need to win this game, but the Dodgers do need to keep themselves in the race of staying ahead of teams. They got Tony Gonsolin back on the mound, who's been really good in his last 2 starts, has given up no runs in the last 10 innings, struck out 9, walked 4, and has only allowed 3 hits. So he's doing a pretty good job as well. 2-1 on the season. ERA is now 1.13. He kind of was shaky a little bit there in his first few games, but he's back. He's in rhythm. I think that he'll probably have more pitches today as well, too. And I'm a little excited to see what we have in store, because Gonsolin was a really, really good pitcher last year, and losing Gonsolin at the time that they did was not good for the Dodgers. They were 16-1. He wound up having somewhat of a shoulder issue and found himself out for the rest of the season after that. Now he's 5 games in. He's 2-1. So that pretty much makes this guy 18-2 in the last 2 seasons. So this guy is playing really good baseball, and I think that the Dodgers have smartly went ahead and did everything correctly with this injury to make sure that he's still an effective pitcher for the long term. So the Dodgers looking forward to another big day today. Hopefully they can leave Atlanta with a key sweep and then move on to this next series, because the Dodgers will have to move on. And they, luckily enough, they get a day off before they get to Tampa Bay, but it will be a travel day, and they do have Tampa Bay this weekend. And so pretty much we got the best two records in the MLB going at it this weekend, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's move forward and let's go ahead and jump into tonight's baseball games. We have ourselves a full schedule as well, too. Let me go ahead and go through today's games that are already going on. We already had a winner earlier, shutout in the first game of the day, which was started at 9:35 West Coast time. White Sox beat the Guardians 4-2. The Rangers have just beat the Rangers wound up beating no, that was yesterday. Today, this is what we have. Rangers beat the Pirates 3-2 this morning. Also, Diamondbacks lose to the Phillies 6-5. White Sox win 6-0 over the Guardians to win that series as well. And Astros get shut out today by the Brewers. Brewers wind up beating them 4-0. And then the Twins absolutely romped the Giants today. They wind up beating the Giants 7-1. So that's going to be the final scores for today's early games. All early games have wrapped up. So pretty much with that, from what I can see here, I know that I had some talking tickets earlier. So we lost the Diamondbacks game because they couldn't come through. They lose. Then we had the over in the White Sox and Guardians game. That doesn't happen. But we got the under 9 here in the Astros Brewers, and then we got the Twins to get it home for us right now with the money line at -150. So that's our MLB Wednesday morning. Now let's get into Wednesday night. And up first, we have the Blue Jays and the Rays, a very good series. They are split right now because pretty much yesterday, the Blue Jays absolutely annihilated the Rays, beating them 20-1. That was the worst beatdown of the season for this Rays team. And you know that Toronto came into this game losers of 5 in a row, and they have just lost they had just got swept by Baltimore as well too. So that was a big win for this team, who was struggling coming in, because the highest amount of runs that they had scored in that 5-game skid was 5 runs. They come back around and literally equaled all the runs that they missed out on in the last 5 days. Pretty much, it's crazy because they played 5 games. They actually wound up only scoring, from what I'm seeing here, they only scored 16 runs. They scored 20 yesterday. So that's incredible. So that just goes to show you how good this team truly is. They have Kikuchi on the mound, who's been really good this season. He's 5-1, but he's had his moments where he's gotten absolutely battered. But last time out against Tampa Bay, he did strike out 9. He only gave up 1 run and only walked one in 6 innings. So that works out pretty well. Shane McCowan actually went 6 innings that day. It was a no decision for him. He wound up striking out 6, only giving up a run, but walking 2 in the process. But he gave up 4 hits that day as well too. So this is a true pitcher's duel, in a sense, pitcher's matchup. But I truly do like the Rays a lot in this game. I think the Rays absolutely terrorized the Blue Jays after what happened yesterday. So I do like the Rays today with the -1.5 run line. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it shakes out. We move forward from there. All right. So pretty much Rays and Jays today. I'm taking the 1.5 on the home team on the Rays. We're getting +110. Rays 35-15 after 50 games this year. Hell of a record. Hell of a start to the season. Can they continue this great start with the rest of the AL East now on their tail? So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it shakes out. We move forward from there. All right. So we have ourselves the Cubs and the Mets. This is a battle of, pretty much 2 teams from 2 big cities that play in the National League. we know the Cubs are the bigger story. We know the Mets play second fiddle to the Yankees. So it is what it is. Just like how the White Sox kind of play second fiddle to the Cubs. So this is Second City versus Queens. We always love these matchups. You got a very good pitching matchup tonight in this one. You got Stroman taking the mound for the home team tonight. And then you got Singa taking the mound for the Mets, who's been good, 4-2 on the season, 3.77 ERA. Struck out 12 against Tampa Bay on the 17th, only gave up a run that day. Now, Stroman, on the other hand, he bounced back from a pretty bad game against Minnesota. He gave up 6 runs in that game, only struck out 3. He came back around against Philadelphia on the 19th, struck out 4, only gave up a run, walked 2, and did this in 6 innings as well, too, only allowing 3 hits. Now, he tries to get to 500 with a win over the Mets today. This is a really, really good game. They have a very low over under today. I know it's because the win and the way that it's working and everything like that, but I still think that the over is the play here. But the Cubs have not went over. The Cubs have only went over 30% of the time in their last 23 games. They're 7-16 in that regard. So I think today that kind of plays a part into why they have it set up like this. But I truly do think that at the end of the day, this is going to wind up going over. I think that this game winds up finishing up 5-4, 6-5, something of that nature. But we're going to get some hitting today, and we're going to get some runs scored today as well, too. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it shakes out. We move forward from there. All right, so we have up next, we have ourselves the night Kappa, and this one is going to actually be our big enchilada today. Yeah, I'm crazy. I'm taking a 10-40 team today as my dog of the day. The A's are a plus 230 dog today, and I know that they got their backs against the wall. Nobody really believes in them this season because they really don't care. Their whole ownership group, only thing they're thinking about is moving to Vegas right now. They're not thinking about fans coming to games. They're not thinking about any of that. This team has been absolutely dreadful. Let's keep it real. They've just been awful. They've lost their last 9 out of 10 games, but literally they've won 4 games this month. So, let's not look at them for expectations. Let's just keep it real. 9-18 this month. They're absolutely terrible. Not even 9-18. They're 4-18. I'm sorry. I'm giving them too much credit with that. 4-18 on the month, 10-40 on the season. But they got to win at some point, right? Like, seriously, they got to win at some point, right? So that's what I'm looking at because they have lost their last 14 out of 16 games, okay? I'm not going to even sugarcoat it. It's been bad, all right? But they can go ahead and figure out a way to get a win for the first time since last week. So hopefully they get the memo today and get us a good win here with the plus 230. I don't need to talk about it much. We know that the Mariners are going to get most of the plays today. Mariners are going to be seen as everybody's big play. So, at pretty much let's go ahead and shoot for the fences real quick and see if we can get this bad boy home. So I'm taking the A's today at plus 230 as my dog of the day. So there it is. Let's go ahead and get into talking tickets because we don't have much to talk about with talking tickets, so I don't need to take a break. So pretty much we're talking tickets today. We have ourselves a pick 6 at 72-1. We have the Rays with the minus 1.5 plus 110. I'll explain that situation. We got the Nats in what I feel is a toss-up game today, but I think that the Nats keep it really close. If the Nats do win the game, hey, that's some plus money, but I feel like they keep the game close, so we'll go ahead and pay some insurance, take that plus 1.5 run line. Then we have the Mets over 6.5 today. Mets Cubs. It's always a tricky spot that has actually climbed to 7 as we speak. And then I have the Marlins. We have the Cy Young winner on the mound today in Sandy Alcantara. And I think Sandy has himself a good bounce back day, even though he's 1-5 on the season. It's because he's not been getting run support. Today, there is no excuse about getting run support. So I'm taking him with the minus 165. Then we have the under 9 Red Sox and the Angels at the Big A tonight. The Angels trying to win that series as well, too. They won last night 4-0, so they're trying to go ahead and take that series and move along. And then you also have the A's. As I said before, the A's are our dog of the day with the plus 230. So there it is. 72-1 ticket. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it shakes out. We move from there. All right, man. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in today. You guys are the absolute best. And I'll be back tomorrow with Jeff Dawson, the Don of Cape Cod. We'll be talking some NBA and MLB and all that good stuff tomorrow. Some NFL probably as well, too. So we got that in the fold as well, too. No, it's going to be the over. It's going to be 6.5 to the Mets and the Cubs tonight. That's the play, kid. Over 6.5 Mets and Cubs. All right, so there it is. There it is. This is the premier sports betting show, the Primetime Angles with the one and only Pop DiBiase, the Primetime Capper. As I always like to say, bet with your head, not with your heart. The movement is moving, and I am gone.
From the East and the West, you've heard others, but now you've tuned into the best. This is a Prime Wave Media production.